Hey everyone, how's it going? Good evening. I think it's evening. I don't keep track of what time it is. I just know that it's Sarah time. Like to thank Sardus for resubscribing for 13 months now. That's a lucky number. So, today is Thursday, and you all know what that means. Right? One of you has to know. I don't know. Nobody tells me nothing. So I was hoping one of you knew. You thought yesterday was Thursday? Mood, I've been losing track of my days really, really badly recently. Everything's blending together into a slurry. Sometimes that's how it goes. But today we are doing the Sonic Marathon. I do this once a month where I play through Sonic 1, Sonic CD, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, and Knuckles. All in one sitting. Sonic 2 Marathon? Beat it 4 times? Oh no. I would have to beat it with Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Sonic and Tails, huh? That would... Ugh. I think I would get sick of it. In other news, my tournament will be taking place August 22nd of next month. Well, next month, August. And I'm going to be getting all of the stuff ready for that tournament soon, so... It's going to be a busy month next month. This is my chance to unwind a bit before really putting my nose to the grindstone on the tournament. Thank you, Red Blue Fire, for resubscribing for 18 months. The 4th time is with Bubsy, that would be... I barely managed to beat most of the zones as Bubsy already. It may be a tad difficult to do all of them. But yeah, it's gonna be nice to just stop thinking for a few minutes. Like 5 hours worth of few minutes. Probably more like 4. And play some Sonic. Let's all forget our worries and the things that are dragging us down. And just think about the blue hedgehog for one moment. What do you think? So we start off with Sonic 1 Forever, as always. 4 PBs in a row? Oh my god. Wouldn't that be something? That would be completely insane. Game Gear Marathon? While not impossible, I am not very good at those games currently. Screen got misplaced. Had to fix that up. Game? Game? Sonic? What happened to Sonic? Sonic, no! What? Oh great, it's a zombie process. I can hear the music playing now. I know you guys can't, but I hear it. There we go, I had to stop it. What the heck?
That was pure skill!
I don't know about that. I don't think that was pure skill. Dark mode. So are you guys hearing me okay today? Is everything coming through clearly? What the? I'm getting a bunch of strange hitches. Somewhat concerning. Hoping for the best here. Let's get underway. Sonic the Hedgehog 1. I always like to talk about these games when I'm playing them. The original pitch for Sonic 1 was a game about two twin boys, known as Twin Stars. Earlier in Sonic's development, it was a story about a dream world full of nightmares. Eggman wasn't even the main villain. He was just a guy in a bee suit. I swear I'm not making that up. By now, most of you probably already know that particular fact. But I still think it's funny. Oshima and, of course, Yuji Naka. They both seemed very fond of the idea of nightmare worlds full of clowns and stuff, but for better or worse, we didn't get that. A lot of other things got tossed out during development of Sonic 1 as well. Something that survived almost to the last minute was that Sonic was originally going to be a member of a band, the Sonic the Hedgehog band. And it had several members, including Vector. Vector is the oldest of Sonic's buddies. He was created before any of the other ones. Welcome back, Adam. And yeah, that cancelled clown fighting game looks horrifying. About the same amount I would expect a game like that to look. Ow. I don't think they ever even acknowledged the fact that Vector was so old. During some of those earlier stages of development, Sonic had a girlfriend. He had a human girlfriend, a tall, buxom blonde named Madonna. Though she looked a little more like a Marilyn Monroe type. We would, of course, see that kind of concept revived in Sonic 06. To controversial results. He's the only one who cares about paying rent. It's my opinion that if you are a talking animal, you should not have to pay rent. Oh! I can't believe that hit me. That's a new one. I don't think I've ever been killed by that. As much as I'm pretty good at these games, I never pretend that I'm perfect. I just have a lot of practice. And even then I play in such a conventional way. Wow. I always love the shield sound. All my homies love the shield sound. Most people already know this by now, but Marble Garden Zone originally had some sort of UFOs in the background that looked kind of like... oddly, kind of like the Saturn logo would end up looking. I don't rightly know why they were there or why they removed them. There's never... Oh god, it's hitching. I wonder why the random hitching today. There's never that much to talk about when it comes to the developmental history of Sonic 1. Largely, it's summed up pretty quickly. Hello, Elsa. Hello, Gnosis. Bundia. Whoa, 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 whoa. Going a little slower here than usual.
I spill my drink!
To be fair, the hitches made me nervous. I probably shouldn't have warned anyone that I was going to do the marathon. After all, snitches get hitches. Did I try to jump over that? Sometimes my genius... It's almost shocking. Dum 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 dum. Wow. You can only run under these blocks in forever. It doesn't work in vanilla. Personally, I think it's fun. I like running under those blocks. That was a little spooky, wasn't it? That's one way to do it. Hello, Delson. I know I have a habit of not greeting people who are there at the start or early on, and then greeting people who come in later. I want to apologize to that because I care about all of you. I'm glad all of you are here. Not only the people who arrive late. Whoosh! Took you long enough, game. Oops. This shortcut is really important. It knocks minutes off of this act. Sonic 1 infamously has an issue where if you get hurt on a spike or something and then you land on a spike while you're under your Mercy iframes, The iframes will do nothing and you will die. This is a bug. But for ages, the Sonic community insisted there was no way it could possibly be a bug because it felt like the stage design catered to it. I never really agreed with this. I feel like spikes and stuff were placed haphazardly to begin with. But there used to be a huge debate about it, and the community insistently would call it the spike behavior because of the fact that they couldn't agree it was a bug. There's a lot of signs that it's a bug. It was fixed in CD and 2, even though they were handled by different teams with no communication and did not use, like, a shared source base that had fixed it or something. Hello, welcome. But if that wasn't enough, Yuji Naka admitted on Game Center CX that it was a bug and that they were embarrassed they didn't fix it. Naughty spike behavior? Yikes. Sonic 1 is perfect and has no bugs or flaws or slowdown. I don't mind if somebody is a Robotnik fan. I think, personally, it's only my personal headcanon that Eggman believes Sonic is his one and only closest thing to a friend. And that's why he never actually kills Sonic, despite numerous opportunities to do so. Plus, how can you hate a guy that likes theme parks so much? Oops! I messed that up. You don't get as many people insisting on stuff like that being mistranslations these days. Because there's simply more people who know Japanese and could call you out on something like that. It's easier for people who try to make claims about things in Japanese that are wrong. It's easier for them to get called out, and the issue to get resolved relatively quickly. Bum bum bada bum bum. Oops, that is not how I meant to... Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. Why am I taking this route? Don't know. Just asking myself that question, but I don't have the answer. It's fine. It's okay. Ba-da-ba. Sonic in the Hedgehog Wiggler? That sounds like a title card for an obscure episode of Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog that nobody saw. Yes, if you want to see the list, you can type !Sonic. I need to update some of those mods to newer versions, but largely everything's... yeah, it's all there. Cap, don't go through there. I was gonna try to squeeze through a part. That's just impossible. He blew up half of the moon, but it got better. Except when it didn't. You know, I would not be against Agent Stone in a Sonic game. I think a lot of people wouldn't. He's a really good character, unironically. Like, Eggman has had foils like that before, but never one as good as— oh no, I'm in trouble. Never one as good as him. Yeah, I really don't know. It's like my— well, now I'm dead. It's like my hard drives are acting weird today, except all of this stuff should have been preloaded. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. I died. Beep, beep. Sheesh. I'm not used to that particular checkpoint. There we go. Sage's weird uncle. I could see that. Yeah. I'm a little worried.
Oh no!
Okay! But why did it take a year? Opa? Sonic wants to take it easy today? I can't blame him.
Oh my god, JC, a bomb!
Dang. Messed up. Oh well. Nothing is particularly using RAM or CPU or anything aside for, you know, OBS. Besides, I have 64 gigabytes of RAM. I would hope that it's not high usage right now. Thank you for resubscribing, Monster. Whoops. Why did I send myself up into the spikes? Yeah, one of the only other fun Sonic 1 facts is that one of the Sonic 1 commercials more or less exclusively shows locations that aren't actually in the game, including an underwater stage, a desert stage, a clock tower stage, and the Death Egg. Which apparently was not introduced with Sonic 2. It's really weird. Of course, all of those kinds of stage ideas would appear in later Sonic games. But the Death Egg, really? Like, I always think that's one of the wildest pieces of Sonic lore. Well, it was all animated in the commercial. So, none of those actually existed as stages for Sonic 1, as far as we know. There's nothing to indicate that they ever did. You thought I meant gameplay footage. Understandable? I'm sorry I wasn't a little more clear. It's his theme song, this is Sonic's theme song. It's his theme song, this is Sonic's theme song. Not today, Satan. But basically, yeah, there's really interesting stuff like that sometimes. Sometimes you'll see unused ideas and things like that in commercials and other marketing, but we have no freaking clue why they chose those particular set pieces for Sonic 1's commercial. Yeah, Golden Capital in Sonic Superstars came from concept art for Sonic 1. That was not used. I was on Gigaboot's channel playing Sonic Superstars the other day. Which is why there was a longer streaming gap than usual, because, you know, when I have a collab on somebody else's channel, I usually still give myself the kind of break I would if it had happened on my channel. Hopefully that's understandable. I may drown. I'm fine. But yeah, the VOD of that is up on YouTube if you're interested. I was playing as Amy over PlayStation SharePlay, and we had to restart the stream once an hour because there's a limitation on SharePlay. It'd be a real shame, after all, if you had a friend who you just allowed to play one of your games for several hours, right? We can't have that. The input delay for me varied wildly. Like, every time I would reconnect, the input delay would be different. Like, at first it was like 0.6 seconds, then it became 0.7, and by the end it was over 1 second of input delay. Gamer. Were any of you nervous? How long we spent on the Golden Capital Act 2 boss? I don't remember. I enjoy Sonic Superstars. I know a lot of people don't like it. It's important that you play as Amy the Hedgehog, and then many of your woes will be solved. Hey, Mountain Drew. Dang. Can't believe I missed the jump, darn. Dang. Darn. Yeah, with her hammer. She can make a lot of the boss fights go faster single-handedly in Superstars. I feel like a lot of them were designed around the idea that Amy would be there. Not to be confused with Amy Rose, you know what I meant. Come on. What the? Why did it hitch there? Bum 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 bum. I find it kind of odd in a way that we still haven't gotten another game with Chow in it, but for all I know, they've forgotten how to make artificial life of the sort work somehow. So that was Act 2. Oh, whoops. I guess I'm going the long way for Starlight this time. Unfortunate that these things happen. If you stand in the middle of the seesaw, you'll always get maximum height. Of course, you know, maximum height based on how high the thing on the seesaw has bounced, but you don't actually have to stand at the edges because of that weird detail. It's an easy to miss thing. Ow! Ow, ow, ow! Whatever. We're taking this route. Thank you for resubscribing, Ushi. How are you? 1 year. I make it look like I've been practicing, but I haven't. I haven't had any... I've had, like, no free time this month. Because we were so busy getting stuff ready for the tournament, like, in terms of, like, the ROM hack and everything that we're using for it. Do you wonder if the middle of the seesaw thing is a bug? I do not know, but they did not fix it in Sonic 2 if so. It does work in Sonic 2. Game? Time? A little nervous about how this has been behaving today. I'm sure you all understand. Oh well, damage boost it is. Cowabunga! What could be causing it? It could be some sort of drive issue, and that's what I'm worried about. You don't want to know how expensive hard drives are in the year of our hog 2026. You really don't want to know. No reason for me to pick all those up. Yeah, it's a tough time to be a computer. If something is happening to my hard drive, I might ask the community for help. But I always feel bad whenever I have to. I don't... How can I say this? I'm one of those people who has the conundrum of... I need my community to support me. I need to be able to do this for a living. And yet at the same time, I always feel bad about taking money from people, even though I need to. You know what I mean? My sister Noelle is that way too. That is a big Kirby. Ow. Wah 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 wah. Deltarune brain rot. Well, I'll also accept Cromer. But I won't accept points or flowery dollars. Sorry. I won't accept pink coins because that's my own currency. I mean, it's not valuable to me for buying goats from others. But yeah, I'd never ask for people's money for, like, something frivolous. It's a very large 3.5 drive. Anyway, hopefully nothing's actually wrong with it and this is just a fluke. You never know. This is the zone that has a reputation for being very long. And then you know the route, and it's extremely short instead. Man, I don't remember what achievements I've done. Yeah, the long route of this stage is extremely long. Well, the previous stage, you know what I mean. This is more like the boss of the act than its own stage, per se. The zone. At least so far, Eggman is being reasonably... Don't say things like that, Sarah. Because now he's going to be on the wrong side every time. Come on. Come on, girl. Get it together. I always have a habit of saying things that are like, yeah, this is going great. And sometimes I catch myself realizing, oh no, you've just doomed us all. Back in a sec. Whoop. You know, maybe I should add a slide whistle sound to my Kramer effect. Maybe that would actually be pretty good.
I'm out of here.
We could probably make it on random sounds. You know, I have the Hanna-Barbera, like, sound CDs, the samples. I wonder if that running sound is on there. Probably is, right? Feels like the music was out of sync with the screen. I wonder why. Probably due to all the hitching, right? Hmm. The game is occasionally hitching. I hope that Sonic 2 will not do that. Sonic CD? Why did I say Sonic 2? Well, same difference. Sonic CD, where are you? Sega! Come on. Hey, Adeline. Thank you. Oh. Yeah, it looks like Sonic CD is gonna have the hitching too. What an odd day. Hmm. little concerning. I am not rebooting in the middle of a stream. Is it the game itself? I don't think so. Sonic 1 and Sonic CD are decomped by different people and everything else. Really? What if I just... Good lord. Very, very strange. Let me just check a couple things. Thank you, Gnosis, for the 170 bits. I don't see anything out of the ordinary in my system logs. But I'll just check a couple of things to make sure before I continue. Sorry about that, everyone. I have my own theory, so... Sega! Let's see. I'll just have to play like this. Yeah. Whoops, that's wrong. Don't click on Tails. I guess it still has issues. No? Hard to tell. We'll see. I'm sure the opening video will tell us enough.
Wow, my head's spinning!
You can go again. Don't fall behind. Please don't be late. Destination heaven. Stay alive. Now you and me. We're going to have fun. Say, let's off. Excalibur. Stop that bar. What do you mean? Give it taste. Going home. Side zone. Daddy. Live alone. Leather legs. Get in play. What do you get? Say, back it. Zoom, room. Cosmic zoom. That's up there. It's Sonic Boom.
It's a Sonic Warrior, it's a Sonic Warrior. I'm okay. It's a Sonic Warrior, it's a Sonic Warrior. The power is in your mind to save the planet and conquer die. It's a Sonic Warrior, leaving space and time. It's a Sonic Warrior, forever in your mind. Nothing can survive the way to stay alive, 'cause if you try, you can do anything. It's a Sonic Warrior, always takes a chance. It's a Sonic Warrior, never say you can't. Nothing can survive the way to stay alive, 'cause if you try, you can do anything. Basically, the issue is... Okay, maybe there is still an issue. Hard to tell. But I was using a program to slightly adjust the size of the window. And apparently today it's giving me issues, more than anything. That is so satisfying. Look at that. That's so good. Feels great when you land that. But yeah, I have the window like slightly not as large as it would normally be due to the lack of the program. Sonic CD is always interesting for the fact that Sonic 2 was being developed in America around the same time Sonic CD was being developed in Japan. Sonic CD by a team led by Oshima, while Sonic 2 was led by Naka. Words you never want to hear, but still true. The teams basically didn't have communication during development, to my understanding. There's a lot of funny coincidences. Like, both of them have a giant planetoid-type thing that you go to, Death Egg or Little Planet. Both of them have a metal version of Sonic. And here's the one not everyone knows. Sonic 2 was supposed to involve time travel. So they also have that going for them. It's really funny that they landed on these same ideas pretty much independently. I think that that's interesting. Wow. Bye, Amy. It's okay. As the saying goes, goals before girls. Right? What if the girls are the goal? Well, makes the entire saying a bit moot at that point. Bum, bum, bum. See, there's the way to the goal. I don't see a girl. Teleportation, yeah. Sabba-da-da-da. I have no idea how much you hate the rotational sprite tuning. I can understand. I'm just used to this stuff. Also, welcome, how are you? I probably got used to that kind of rotational sprite tweening through the fact that I was I worked on Freedom Planet, and it also uses that kind of methodology. I was gonna say that I didn't notice anyone redeeming that, and then I realized I probably got an extend. I have noticed Twitch's API being a little funny today, though. Freedom Planet is a good game. The second half of it is pretty rough. Very challenging. But even if I weren't part of the team, I would believe that it is a good game worth people's time. Good point, Orphan. What the? Oh, that was definitely just a song loading, but it's still taking longer than usual today. I haven't seen any signs so far that there's actual read errors or anything. But still, I might have to run a check on the drive tomorrow, or later today. Dang. Whoops. It's a hard drive. I know how they work. I know mechanically the differences and everything. Well, mechanically isn't really the word for a solid-state drive, but you know what I mean. It's a very large disk that I use to store a lot of things. Best friend from high school was obsessed with Freedom Planet and bought it 5 times across several platforms. Wild. Yeah, I guess we were on about that many platforms. Boing. Oopsie. You had 2 copies of the 96 PC port? I think I did too. But I don't remember how I got my second copy. Really, it's entirely plausible that I just need a reboot. But I'm not going to reboot during the stream, so we'll just deal with it. I have said it many times, but personally I feel like both soundtracks are great. I just feel like the Japanese one suits the game more. Well, I feel like the US one, and it was specific to North America, Pal didn't get it, is more of an album you listen to for best enjoyment. I could talk all day and night about Sega of America, but since I'm part of Sega Creator Zone, I probably shouldn't. Especially since at the end of the day, I do love Sega in a platonic sort of way. Little Robot Fairy, thank you for raiding. I hope you had a good stream of Dragon Warrior. It's always a little weird remembering that it was called that once. Yeah, I hope your stream went well, and thank you. Yeah, the debate back then doesn't reflect today. I've never beaten the NES version of Dragon Quest I. I have beaten the GBC version several times because I learned the speedrun to it. I felt that was the way I would enjoy that game the most. And I was right. So my friend .level taught me the speedrun because I wanted to learn. I never streamed the speedrun, but I enjoy it. I like doing it. Work that sucker to death. Come on now. Work that sucker to death. I love this track. Got him. This song never got to it. Teleportation, yeah. Zabba-da-da-da. Yeah, it's definitely taking longer to load the stages. Wow. That poor destroyed Badnik. It just got more destroyed. Now I'm thinking of Robotech. You see, in Macross, there's a moment where, spoiler alert, the Earth basically gets completely ravished by aliens. And for some reason, the way they translated the reactions to this in Robotech is really awkward. It's like, are they all destroyed? Probably. Oh no! And it's just so... It's like severely underplayed for the situation and silly. Like, what the heck were they doing? This is Sonic CD at the moment. Just damage boosting my way through all this. Oops. That enemy is not wrecked. It is not destroyed already. Yes. And here we have the exercise boss. I mean, I can appreciate Eggman trying to make his friend Sonic get some exercise, but exercise is almost literally all that Sonic does, so maybe a little misguided. Yeah, I always think working that sucker to death is more suitable there. This workbench sure is wacky. I like wacky workbench. A lot of people don't, but I do. I'm not special for liking it or anything, just... It is a fact that a lot of people don't like it. I'm like Labyrinth Zone in that regard. Whop, whop. And I enjoy how it makes you stay low for the fastest route, where most levels make you stay high for the fastest route. There aren't that many zones of Sonic that have you do that. Man, how old is this hard disk? Feels like it's not that old. Probably only like 4 years, maybe. That much. These things happen if it is bad. You hate how it's much easier to go to the future than the past? Yeah, it feels like it's by design for the most part. They don't like the zone? I think it's because it's chaotic and a little confusing if you don't know everything about it. For example, the fact that there are a lot of crusher-looking things in the zone, but that they largely will not actually crush you, and instead send you to different spots, and that this can be important for the navigation of the zone. At least if you're not just trying to plow through like I do. Miracle Edition is a mod for the decomp. Basically, it tries to be the definitive version of the game, with all the options you would hope for, all of the soundtrack customization you'd hope for, etc. Oops. And it supports Knuckles and Amy if you have the DLC for that with Origins. It's active, silly me. Why did I... I was just gently electrocuting the Sonic. You guys understand. Largely, Miracle Edition uses the same data files as Origins, so a lot of things would be relatively easy to port in that regard. As long as, you know, any code changes would be more of a challenge to port. Origins has quite a few problems. It is not an ideal version of these games, although I consider it sufficient in most cases for newcomers to the series or such. But no, this does not have the Origins physics. It has the physics from the more or less the original Christian Whitehead mobile releases, which is not identical to the Sega CD physics, but closer. Sonic DS Collection is better than Origins? That one doesn't have CD, does it? Yeah, the Eggman clown music, the evil clowns. I don't know why I do this, I just like doing that. Because, like, Eggman's doing a little dance, why shouldn't I? Well, by original release, I do mean just in terms of it being the mobile version, not, not specifically the very first version released of it. Just pre-Origins, all I mean. Although something really funny about invincibility and speed shoes in Sonic CD is that the duration is slightly different between the US and the Japanese/PAL release, because it's timed to how long the music lasts. Like, manually timed, but it's a really funny difference. Which is longer? I forget. It's a fairly small difference anyway, it's like 1 second. Whee! And I always forget which way I actually want to go in this zone. This act. No, zone is correct. In Sonic CD, the acts are called zones. The zones are called rounds. So this is Zone 2. Silly me. Oh, I was correcting myself. Because I said act when I meant zone. Believe me, I'm not that pedantic. Usually. I think I remember to turn off my mod after last time. Yeah. The music here's back to normal. Last time I had still left my look-alike song mod on. Oops. I listened to games as audio CDs all the time. Aside for Sonic CD, which was a mainstay in that regard for me, I also listened to the Battle Arena Toshinden 2 music a lot. Would that make the different time periods different acts? Well, they don't use that term for it officially at least, but every single stage has its own file, and that includes every time period being a separate file. My avatar is frozen. My phone's probably just overheating. It usually does this after, like... Actually, it usually takes longer than this. Feels like Technical Issues Day this month. I'm sure it'll unfreeze by the time I, Lost connection or something? Only computers freeze due to heat? Phones will disable charging due to heat, and sometimes they will start lagging. In this case, I restarted VTube Studio on my phone and it fixed. So your guess is as good as mine, but it is whatever it is. Stunned to play Sonic again. Oh, Zara's playing Sonic. It must be a day ending in day. What's my favorite Sonic fan game? Probably after the sequel. I'm not going to count Freedom Planet, even though it began as one. Restwell Ferry. Kaboom! Oh no! Time travel. This song has the same vibes as the Sim Isle soundtrack. I will not elaborate further, but people who know. Sonic Chrono Adventure is okay. But it's basically like the prototype of Spark the Electric Chester. Ow. Oh, I see how it is. Well, oh. Oh.
Oh no!
It's okay, I wasn't expecting any PBs today anyway. Particularly with all the technical difficulties. Man, I don't know this layout. I don't think I've ever really gone through here in Bad Future specifically. I could probably have just said Future because the layout in Good Future is typically the same. Come on, man. What an ugly spot. What the heck? Ah! Hmm. Interesting. Get me out of that forsaken place. There's gotta be another way. There's gotta be. Ooh. Maybe this will let me go over it. The bomb is chasing me.
Oh my god, JC, a bomb!
Doesn't launch me high enough to get up there. I'm a little wary of going this... Oh. Yeah, this is fine. This doesn't do anything for me, actually. Dang. What in the world actually is this stage? I'm definitely not going the right way by going here. Can't be. Speedy. Over here? There's nothing. Confounded into doing a layout I'd never do. Gosh. Really wants me to just go back, huh? There's nothing here either. No. Oh, my teleport. Let's just start Metallic Madness all over. Oh, starts from 2? That's fine. That is a lot of dead ends. Ending up in the bad future there and then having to start it over is really, really bad. Come to find out. Like, I may call myself a Sonic historian. That doesn't mean I know absolutely everything. There are things like routes I've never played. Was this zone supposed to have bouncier springs than it does? Well, it's possible. You never know. I remember that in the 96 version, they sloppily adjusted that specific spring. Okay, we're back here now. Let's not die while we're little. Hello, Ed. Always a crapshoot as to whether we'll get embiggened or not, you know? Hey Zoe! How's it going? You can finish the act as Little Sonic, but... you know. You always wanted to make a Sonic fan game where you play as the tiny sprite. Yeah, you could do it in the style of the Game Gear games, and it would work out really well. Hello, Extant Gem. Welcome. Ba, 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 ba. Man, I was stuck in that zone for so long. It dramatically increased the amount of time the game took. 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice, nice. One of the smoothest runs of that mini boss fight. Ow, what? What? Why? Why did that hurt me? Okay, let's damage boost to hit him. Often, it's more reliable to just damage boost to hit this boss than to try to hit him safely. No damaging him is really tough. The volume gets messed up when this song is playing. You could hear stuff like rings clip. Princess Sally. SMH. Oh no, the ending is skipping. You know what? Let me see if I can't just... Hopefully the rest of the marathon behaves reasonably. I hope. I get the feeling at least Sonic 2 will still have issues too. Sonic 3, hard to tell. Dang. Teleportation, yeah. Da 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 da. Teleportation, yeah. Shooby boo, yeah. In the end, who's on your side? Who can you trust in the middle of the night? Where will you be if you can't find you? There's no place to go, nothing to do, but you gotta do something. Gotta do something. Yourself. 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 Extraordinary things can happen if you believe in yourself. You've got to have some faith in yourself if you always fight for your friends. Don't rearrange, no need to change, stay like you are, keep it all the same, and as you move along in your life, keep an open mind, and don't forget that if you gotta do something, believe in yourself, yourself, yourself. Extraordinary things can happen if you believe in yourself. You got to have some faith in yourself if you always fight for your friends. When you feel tired, look at yourself. Inside your heart, you will find a special place to unwind. When you feel right, look at yourself. Inside your mind, you will see cosmic eternity. Even with it consistently glitching out, at least the song isn't skipping. When you feel tired, look at yourself. Inside your heart, you'll find a special place to unwind. When you feel right, look at yourself. Inside your mind, you will see cosmic eternity. I need to check before I proceed to Sonic 2. But let's just keep the menu open for a minute. Complete with the squeaky door hinge sound. I see. I believe I found the problem. I believe I found the problem and that the rest of the day will be fine. So, Sonic 2. Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Was there a cat involved? Yeah, I'm involved. Let's go! I'm sorry, the captions are saying Peppa Pig. I won't sing everything. I won't. Peppa Pig in Sonic 2 sounds like one of those classic ROM hacks. I could see there being one. I could see somebody making Peppa Pig in Sonic 2. Would completely buy that being a thing. Yoshi in Sonic 2 is a really good ROM hack. I think even just people who like Yoshi's Island should play that ROM hack. Ba-da-ba. What kind of person likes Yoshi's Island? The poisonous flower. Yeah, the Yoshi's Island hack is really old and has some technical issues, but it's also really good. Like, the technical issue is it glitches out regularly on the continue screen, But since it has save data, you don't, like, need the continue screen. So, Sonic 2. Developed at Sega Technical Institute in America by Yuji Naka at the same time as Sonic CD was being developed in Japan by Oshima. They didn't know which one would come out first. The teams didn't really communicate. Sonic 2 was also originally billed as a time travel story, although in a different way than Sonic CD. You wouldn't have been able to travel through time within specific zones. Rather, at specific points in the story, you would travel to the future, the past, etc., and you would revisit places on the island that you had been already, but they would be different zones. For example, Hilltop would have been an alternate version of Emerald Hill, which is not very surprising when you consider the reuse of assets. The game was meant to be about 3 times as large as it ended up being. Insanely ambitious. They then cut down the plans to about something like twice as large as it ended up being. But still, that didn't end up happening either. Oops, that... Huh? Okay. Okay, sure. The team involved with the game was a mix of Japanese and American staff members. A lot of the work from the American staff members didn't end up in the final product. Some of it did. But poor Brenda Ross, basically everything she did ended up not being in the games. Brenda Cook, I guess, nowadays. Crap, I don't want to be on the bottom rung. I want to be on the top one. Oh, she did the graphics for the desert level and its winter version. She, as far as I know, also did some unused, like, background art and such. And, you know, some tiles for a couple of zones that weren't released otherwise, I think. Yeah, there are a lot of places in the Retro Engine where you can get crushed, but you wouldn't have been crushed on Genesis. But it's never as severe as it gets in Origins, where crushing has just gotten nuts. Well, I got lucky. I could have died there. She does, however, take credit for consolidating the name Miles Tells Prower into one name. Instead of just, you know, the Americans insisting on one name and the Japanese on the other, she takes credit for having combined the two. Which is a pretty big overall contribution to Sonic when you think about it. Meow 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 meow. There are a lot of bugs in the other Retro Engine games in Origins, including some minor collision bugs, but the collision engine is entirely different in Sonic 3, and way worse. I don't know why they thought it was a good idea to redo it, considering that the new one was less authentic in how it operates than the original. Ooh, why do I fall for that? I always have slight hesitation, and if you hesitate at all at that spot, you will die. Happens to me a lot. Hesitating longer actually is the safer play than just gunning it. My last jump didn't go off if you couldn't tell. Yeah, I honestly think that the original collision engines of Sonic should have been left alone. And Christian Whitehead seemed to understand the assignment with his original implementation. In, you know, the original Retro Engine collisions, everything works basically the same in terms of concepts of how the physics work. And it's only in Sonic 3 that they went, what if we just threw that out the window and did our own thing? And I don't get it. Obviously not a good idea, if you ask me. Of course, you guys know me. I play both versions, the originals and the Retro Engine ones. And I typically find these versions acceptable for my marathons and everything. But yeah, never let anybody tell you that they're completely authentic. Because that would be a lie. They certainly try to be the best way to experience Sonic, and for most people that's probably going to be true. Oops, I didn't mean to land in the slot machine. Making some crazy money. Ba-da-ba-ba. Convert Sonic 1, 2, and 3 and CD to use Sonic 4 Episode 1's engine? Yeah, we could call it the Sonic Genesis Collection. Well, that didn't work as well as I'd hoped this time. I always feel like the flippers are a trap. Never trust a dolphin that's not named Echo. If they're named Flipper, they are dangerous. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a complicated boss fight, relatively. I apologize. Flipper Zero is a very frightening name for a dolphin. Like, is that a cybernetic dolphin? Like, hold me, I'm scared. Ow. What if Sonic had Toe Jam and Earl style voice clips when he got injured and went, "Youch!" The worst name for a dolphin ever, though, in media, probably has to go to Sonic Wings Special with the dolphin named Whitey. Whereas the similar dolphin in the earlier games was called Spanky. See, Spanky is a good name for a dolphin. It's a perfectly romulant name for a monkey, yeah, but I wouldn't say it's better or worse. Noelle may disagree with me, but she's in the podcast dimension right now, so she can't argue. And there is almost no chance that they will finish in time for her to be here for the marathon, which sucks. But at least it means that she can't contradict my opinions about monkeys. It's his theme song. This is Sonic's theme song. What's wrong with monkeys? Well, it clearly states no monkey business. If I'm invincible anyway, why not do that, right? Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, Eggman. I think that one was a little bit half-boiled. Ba-da-ba-ba. I think that glitch is only in the Genesis version, right, Jax? Related to the airspeed cap, I think. You see, there were two speed caps in Sonic 1. The ground speed cap and the air speed cap. And in Sonic 2, they removed the ground speed cap. But they did not remove the air speed cap until Sonic 3. And as a result, it's possible for Sonic to die from screen scrolling too fast.
Fast and way too fast.
Yeah. Oops. In Sonic 1, there are situations where if things get messed up, you could die to horizontal screen scroll, in theory. Not great. But also extremely unlikely. Mostly, the ground speed cap in Sonic 1 just harms the sense of speed in some areas. Didn't time it right. The speed interactions between running and rolling are pretty funny. You simply can't run as fast as you can roll in the first place unless some other force has accelerated you. Sonic 1 and 2 being revolutionary by including air-resistant mechanics. Bum bum bada bada bum bum badum bum 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 bada bada bum bum badum bum bum badum. Oops. Does he always lose all of his rings when hit? Yes. There are a couple of Sonic games where this is not true, particularly much later 3D ones. Tails. Oil Ocean. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Whoa, whoa. Whoa. Ow. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. I do not dislike Oil Lotion, but I do agree with assertions that it's the part where Sonic 2 starts to feel kind of long. You always hoped it was a limited number per hit. Understandable. But no, even if you have 500 rings, you'll lose all of them. Ba-da-ba-ba. Yeah, Chaotix has the ring power-up that was eventually also in Mania. Hey, Winter. You just got off work? Nice. How are you? It is good to see you. Whoops. Thank you for resubscribing for 49 months, Winter. If you drop on this boss too quickly, he will hit you because for some reason the box in which you can hit him is pretty low, but the box in which he can hit you is pretty high when he's first emerging or sinking. Ocean Fairy? Oh, I hope she isn't from this ocean. Somebody's poured a bunch of grape soda in this ocean. Frodo probably did it. They like grape soda. Metropolis Zone. It's time for Metropolis Zone. I feel like that opening note is a cat, you know what I mean? And then there's also the note later that's like a loudly descending... No, a high descending note. It sounds to me like the cat is falling down something. Don't worry, the cat is okay. It's a controlled fall. Cat. That's the cat falling. And then you hear the ascending note again, which is the cat saying, "Yeah, I'm okay." Atrocity zone. I feel like this is a conversation between Metro Man and Megamind, so... The same cat before and after being fed. That's good. As a kid, I did find it difficult to get to Metropolis Zone. But if I got there, I usually got to Death Egg. However, I really could not beat Death Egg as a little girl. Crap, 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 this is not good. Yeah, Sky Chase and Wing Fortress. Sky Chase is relatively okay as long as you're not trying to, like, do it without rings or something. Because of the way I said it, the captions capitalized rings. Wing Fortress takes getting used to, and the boss is... kind of awkward. Oh no. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Ba-boom. Okay, let's not have trouble this time. The starfish had started activating a little bit too far to the right, which meant I wouldn't have rings for if I got hit by that. Those praying mantis or whatever are among the most vicious enemies in this game. Easily. Ba-da-ba-ba. And now workout music. They're nearly impossible to avoid in some places, yep. Because of their activation range. At least Act 2 tends to go better than Act 1 for me. Go figure. Up. I know this has been one of the less informative Sonic monthly marathons. I guess I've had a lot on my mind. But, you know, there's a funny situation where someone from Sega had claimed that the reason that Metropolis Zone has 3 acts is that the 3rd act was reused from Cyber City Zone, which would have been the palette swap, essentially, of Metropolis Zone. But then, we actually got all of the tiles and level layouts and everything for Cyber City Zone, so we could basically reproduce it perfectly, and none of the layouts even vaguely resemble any of the Metropolis Zone acts. So it actually only raised more questions. Thank you, Baydog, for resubscribing for 51 months. Mid-Monsanton. Now the mid-month marathon, that's Foxandra's thing. I would never take that from her, even though I have always admitted openly that doing a monthly marathon was inspired largely by her, as well as by Dot Day Afternoon.
Everything must.
Like, I am so careful about not wanting to copy things from other people's streams in ways that they will dislike, that even when I started showing Winamp on my starting soon screen, I asked Vox if it was okay because she had that. And obviously, I really didn't need to do that, but that's what I wanted to do. What I wanted to, you know, I wanted to clear it. Go figure, right? Anyway, just teasing. I still think Mid-Monsanton sounds funny. Oh! Hello, Mr. Mantis, didn't see you there. Probably should hydrate. You stole it from a Simpsons joke. Oh, okay, that's acceptable. In that case. Ow. That's what you call a backronym. That's when you make the acronym first, and then you try to come up with the words for it to be an appropriate one after that. You respect just being able to marathon the same games over and over? It's burnt you out hard on some games? Yeah. Like, I won't pretend that I'm never tired of playing Sonic. I would be lying. But I enjoy these games so much that, like, even if I get tired of it, I feel better about it by, like, the next month. You know what I mean? I also try to play it in the way that I feel works best for me on that level, which is why I don't go for all emeralds very often. I think if I went for all emeralds every month, I would burn out hard. Whereas, you know, just trying to get optimal routes and work on my speedruns every month, I enjoy that. It feels more like I'm practicing every time. $99 lives and all emeralds? 99 lives is just excessive. Just don't look at my save files in Sonic 3 after hearing me say that. I actually like Sonic 2's special stages, but I will note that they are significantly easier on the Christian Whitehead, you know, retro engine versions compared to the Genesis. And either way, the big thing is having to memorize. You can see further, and the frame rate is higher. These things combined, you know, along with it being like an actual 3D half-pipe, result in something that's a lot easier. Collecting Chaos Emeralds is actually uncommon in modern Sonic, because usually it's just integrated into the story. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I like the idea of Supersonic as a reward, but I also understand why it became more of a narrative thing. It makes sense. Meow 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 meow. Oops. But yeah, there's plenty of secrets and such that I know in the levels of Sonic that I absolutely don't bother with because it would just take time. Like, I don't need many levels. Thank you for resubscribing for 24 months, 2 years now, Tarkus. I appreciate you. How are you doing? You had surgery on your finger? Don't envy that. I hope you're recovering okay. Remember me doing this stage repeatedly as Bubsy, and finding basically different ways to die against the boss, only to then find multiple ways to die after the boss? One of which counted as a clear, but still resulted in the stage starting over. Lord. I sure would much rather do this fight as Sonic than as Bubsy any day of the year. Anyway, here's Death Egg. Let's go! Rocket boost. I want to fly high so I can reach the highest I've ever been. In all the heavens. Ooh. I so don't want to think about that. I just hope that everything gets better from here. You wish Death Egg had been an actual level? In the original plans, it was definitely meant to be. The Death Egg that we got was added basically last minute because the game didn't have an endgame. Along with Sky Chase and Wing Fortress, you might notice that these zones are made of chemical plant assets. Basically, they did it the simplest way they could, given everything. Oh. What was, like, the actual issue that resulted in you having to get that surgery? If it's alright to ask. Ooh, a cuticle infection, okay. That'd do it. Well, I'm glad you got that taken care of. We don't want you turning into a green hedgehog. Because as we know, green hedgehogs are evil. Why is my model frozen? Oh, there it goes. I think we've talking. I think we've talking. That's not a word. Enough about that. But still, I'm glad you got that taken care of. I don't think I've stepped away since Sonic 1, so I'm gonna step away during credits and get a soda. This is one of my only streams I started without a soda. Hmm. Yeah, I myself theorized that Wing Fortress's music was meant to be for the Death Egg, since it sounds like the opening of Star Wars. To me, it makes a ton of sense. And the music used for Death Egg, very likely for Cyber City, as people have concluded. Definitely meant for a full zone either way. I believe that if you accessed Cyber City in the betas, it would play the Death Egg music. Yeah, the versions I use for my marathons when they're not in 4.3 are always the decomps. And of course Sonic 3 Air. Some of the most cut content in any Sonic game? Yeah, with that qualifier, absolutely. There are games that have more cut content, but when it comes to Sonic games, this pretty much has the most. I really feel like the last boss fight probably wasn't meant to be as long as it is, but they were so desperate to pad out the end game, you know? So I feel like that's why it turned out the way it did. Of course, I'm only speculating when I say that. What? What? Why is it showing my whole desktop? That's bad, that's bad. I was just launching air. Why would you do that to me, game? I'll have to edit the VOD before I upload it later. Also, let me just, hold on a moment. At least I get to drink this soda. It is Mountain Dew. Saint Chocobo, thank you for raiding. Welcome in. Okay, let's play some Sonic 3. Rude. Oh, there's privacy concerns. It showed some stuff that it shouldn't because the capture was weird. So I'm just making sure that we'll be in the VOD later. These things happen. This has been a technical issues kind of day. I forgot to unpause the timer. Honestly, with the amount of itching I had earlier, it might be okay. You were doing a classic Castlevania Hedgehog shuffler? Oh yeah, I think I saw that. Like, saw that you were doing that, I mean, I wasn't there, regrettably. Yeah, it feels like Sonic Team has been really focused on, mainly on crossworlds and such. The back half of Sonic 3 and Knuckles is a massive slog at the end of a full run of the classics, yeah. That's basically how I feel too. Sonic 3 in general feels like a bit of a drag if you are putting it at the end of a run like this. It happens. Of course, I feel like I would probably feel the same way about Sonic 2 if it were at the end. Had 3D Blast after Sonic 3? God. You know, once I'm VTubing full-time, maybe I'll consider adding another game full-time to the marathon and making it more of a donation stream. What do I prefer, first half of Sonic 3 or second half? I would say first half, but I really love Lava Reef. Specifically Lava Reef. It's like the one part of Sonic 3's second half that I like. Well, if we're talking the full Sonic 3, right? Of course, if you were only talking Sonic 3 alone, I would still have to say about the same. Dang, I missed my Tails shot. Still got it enough, though. Man, I forgot to edit the music settings. I wanted to set the prototype tracks for Carnival Night and Launch Base. But I think it's still set for Act 2, just not Act 1. I don't know if I've died that way before, but I probably have. Still really funny. Oh, I bet now my phone is probably overheating. Wow. Tails, help! That kid never helps. He helps all the time, but never casually like that. You made Act 3 against the robot its own act in your modded Sonic & Knuckles? I can understand why you would do that. I like the final bosses of Sonic 3 and Knuckles as well. Wow. Why does the bubble shield nullify bullets? It's a really, really strong brand of soap. Hey, Rachel. I'm used to doing that fight with no rings, but yeah, I get you. Like, the ideal way to do that fight is with rings and the lightning shield, honestly. You know, when I was a little girl, I thought it was pronounced bubble lead, and that it was like metallic bubbles, and I was like, oh, that's cool, that's why it does damage. And then I learned it's called bubble lead. What the? Nope, it's lead. Ba-da-bum-ba-bum. I will shoot you, Jax. I will produce a gun from nowhere. Was it Crashman or Clashman? I would say that both are correct. And I personally don't see the problem with Clash. But I get that since it's an explosion, Crash makes a little more sense. The hair in my model is Klonoa coated? I've never thought of that. It was just supposed to be more, like, casual compared to my twin tails. Bum, 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 bu- 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 I've started autopiloting. I think the amount of technical issues I had today have made me a little less high care about things right now, I guess. Bum, 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 bu- 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 If my hair is Klonoa coated, I should clearly just start saying wahoo all the time, even when I'm sad. Wahoo. Oh. Wahoo through the pain, yes. People might take it as a Mario reference. Then they'd wonder why the person who plays all the Sonic is making a Mario reference. And that would still be kind of funny. I should play the remake of Klonoa 1 and see what I think about it. I've only played the original, and I haven't played Klonoa 2 at all yet. I really liked Klonoa 1. So I have some funny memories of it where, like, I played it for the first time during, like, a Valentine's Day stream where I was getting Valentine's Day cards and everything from viewers. Through a VTuber's system that she had set up for that. But then I got so tired and fell asleep and didn't finish the game until a later stream. I liked the Valentine's Day card thing. I would love to do that again, but I don't think VTuber did it this year. And I don't know if she'll do it next year either. It seems like she's been streaming less. I hope she's okay. Ouch. Klonoa 2 is your all-time favorite game? I have heard nothing but good things about Klonoa 2, even from people who aren't very fond of Klonoa 1. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. You don't think the gameplay in Klonoa 2 remake is particularly good? Klonoa 1 remake is excellent? Huh. I've heard people go either way on those remakes. Like, some people will say, oh, 1 is good but 2 is bad, or, oh, 2 is good but 1 is bad. I've heard both. What was the deal with the Wii version again? Just a lackluster remake? I feel like there was something controversial about it specifically, but I don't remember. Oh, they redid the dialogue. Yeah, that's what I thought. Did they, like, have it actually voiced out instead of in, like, wahoos and such? Yeah. That's what I remembered, but I was afraid of being wrong. That is... I took my hand off of the buttons for a moment. Please die. Please die. It makes a change to the ending that undoes executive meddling. I see. Hey, Greenlow. How are you? Fatigued? But not in a bad way, so you're probably... You're like fatigued, but in like a really gay way. Just so people know, I'm referencing an older quote, is all. Ow. Wow, you remember it by quote number? No, you don't. I think it's a much earlier one than that. What's up? Oh dang, I failed the thing I normally do. Oh, you wanted to know what the very first quote was, I see. Yeah, see, I was quoting Greenlow, so it's okay. If I said something like what I said, and I wasn't quoting Greenlow to Greenlow, it would be pretty yabe. But... Tails. Tails, look at me. What? Okay? Okay? I'm sorry that I had to disable clipping because of the thing earlier, but... Dang. Let me up! Let me up! The top's physics do get janky, yeah. I always felt like the eyes on those things were very strange. Like, I understand the perspective and everything, but it feels like it makes it look like one eye is much lower than the other. Chocolate milk? Nice. Get him. Man, I've been so thrown off by technical issues today, I've realized I've basically stopped talking about Sonic the Hedgehog. You know how hard it is to make me stop talking about Sonic the Hedgehog? If you don't know, then you've never had a conversation with me. The important thing is we're here together. Not every Sonic stream is the same. And yeah, I do consider myself a Sonic historian. That's a title I use sometimes. Talk about Shadow instead. Shadow is so cool. That's all you need to know. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is okay. Nobody should be forced to stop talking about Sonic. That's my opinion. What the? That did not look like it should have connected, but I'll take it. You hope we get another Shadow Generations someday? Well, I'm sure you mean more like a game of the kind relating to Shadow. To which I agree. I would love to have Shadow star in another game like that. I think they've kind of already done enough in terms of the Generations aspect, though. Asha got referred to as script errors the crocodile. That's pretty funny. I really want to play Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 again. I want to replay them soon. Sometimes I worry my streams get a little repetitive because I have these marathons and I play so much Sonic regardless. But you know, if people cared, they wouldn't be here, right? If people were bothered, I mean. People cared about that. So I always encourage people to be themselves. You don't think you've ever seen me play Sonic Adventure 1 or 2? Last time has been a while now, as far as Sonic Adventure 1 especially. I think the last time I played Adventure 2 was like in a back-to-back stream with Shadow Generations, so due to the presence of Shadow Generations, it can't have been that long ago. But Sonic Adventure 1 was significantly earlier. I think, probably last time was during one of my charity streams, and as much as I still care a lot about charity, I've been doing it less because I've been more concerned about the money I make from streaming and making sure that that becomes a thing. I wouldn't say that I like Sonic Adventure 1 or 2 more, but I would say that I like them for different reasons. Personally. As far as total like or dislike goes, I feel like they are very similar to me. I really like the hybrid remixes. I feel like they bring out the best of the Prototype songs, while still being familiar for people who like Sonic 3 for Genesis. I never used them for Ice Cap though, even though they do exist for that too, and they are good. But like, Prototype Launch Base 2 is my favorite Launch Base song, but I don't like the Prototype instrumentation for it very much at all. The Origins versions are just not good? Yeah. No argument there. Wow. Wow. Everything must... Wow. I wonder if I made a variation of Everything Must Meow that went, Everything Must Wow, and sent it to Noelle, I wonder if she'd use it. Right, I originally made one for Winter that she uses on her streams, and it jump scares her whenever it happens. The funny thing is, there is actually a very small chance of it playing instead of the normal Meow one on my streams. But I don't think it's ever actually happened because, you know, it's like a 1% chance or something small like that, and people don't press that button that often. They used to press it all the time.
I'm interested in this.
What if chat talks about pinball? Of course I would interact with chat if they were talking about pinball. I'm really looking forward to the remake of Circus Voltaire from American Pinball. Oh crap. Your own newly pinball experiences Casinopolis and Space Cadet Pinball 3D. You want to know the funny thing about Space Cadet Pinball 3D? The version you played as part of Windows was a demo. It's missing most of the modes and settings, and it's lower resolution than the full version of the table. See, Muteki gets it. Round, 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 round. Round, round, round. Do you feel like Sonic is a good theme for a pinball game? On one hand, I agree. On the other hand, the pinball machine that's getting released of Sonic is from... You guys can't really respond to this because you'd be breaking rules if you did. The company putting it out is Jersey Jack. They are MAGA very heavily. They invest in the campaign. They made and sold Make Pinball Great Again hats. And they also made the Harry Potter table, which on top of being Harry Potter was full of AI slop and topic. But just being informative, do not buy or play the Sonic Pinball table. Instead, if you have money to buy a whole-ass pinball table, maybe get Circus Voltaire, since it's coming out again. Any of those digital pinball platforms good where the board is a screen? Most of them are pretty decent. Like, as a substitution for the real thing, they're typically sufficient. In terms of, you know, they're way more affordable. Generally speaking, I would recommend stuff like that, but make sure that it has support for, like, running your own programs on it, that it's not locked down. Yeah, you guys have, like, shops on every corner, don't you? Like, not literally, but basically. Insane. Boing. Ah, this remix. I love this remix. Let's stop talking about the wizard now, okay? You know what book series I like? Lord of the Rings. Your channel points aren't being redeemed properly? Huh. What was my first Sonic game? I think it was Sonic 1. I'm honestly not sure. It would have been either that or Sonic 2. You clicked it and it just turned red? Weird. Goosebumps is great. Growing up, I read a lot of Goosebumps and a lot of Animorphs. I also had a bunch of, small, you know, like, tie-in novella that were based on Sabrina the Teenage Witch, specifically the Melissa Joan Hart version. But I adored Lord of the Rings. I became obsessed with it. The last time I read through the trilogy was like pre-COVID. Even though I've reread The Hobbit twice since then, I'm really overdue. Like, the other day I was talking with Dot about Lord of the Rings, and I was saying some stuff, and I think she disagreed with some of it. She went, "When was the last time you read the book?" Like, politely, and I'm just like, oh, you're right. I'm really glad she has been enjoying those books, because I love Tolkien. Really good stuff. I used to read Lord of the Rings all the time. I even have like the history of books, like History of Middle-earth, History of Lord of the Rings, History of the Hobbit. And all of them are really interesting. I always recommend History of the Hobbit to somebody who really likes Tolkien, because like it has all of the earlier drafts of The Hobbit, including the ones where Gandalf was the name of the leader of the dwarves and the wizard was named Bladderthin. And just had a lot of wild differences. I won't hate on the Lord of the Rings movies, but I will say that the characterization in them is fairly inaccurate most of the time. Like, even for characters like Legolas, who didn't have a huge part in the book, they get the idea of what Legolas is dramatically wrong. He was more mischievous, but also more whimsical in the books. Were the movies endorsed by Tolkien himself? That would be a neat trick. Oh, if you mean the history of books, though, that would also be a neat trick. But the history of books generally had input from, like, Chris Tolkien. Go, 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 go. The movies, however, like, I still like them, just with the caveat that they are pretty inaccurate. But they're accurate in ways that... How can I put this? They're, like, accurate about the world and the events and stuff like that, but they're inaccurate about character portrayals, and, like, I already always felt like Frodo is a little useless in Two Towers. Like, the book tells you a lot about his internal struggles and stuff like that, but he doesn't get to do much in that book. Well, in the movies, Frodo is probably the least active character. He doesn't get to do crap. And so he's gotten a bad reputation because of that. Even though, like, he was plenty active in the first book. And he's going through so much in those books that, like, him not maybe being the most active character is actually really understandable. Yeah, the extended versions are the best versions of the movies, but they are incredibly long, and if you want to get through all of them, you have to literally set your entire day aside and plan your meals around it on top of it, because you're going to be sitting there like 12 hours to watch them all. I honestly recommend the extended cuts, but I will never understand how some people watch them like once a month. Yeah, doesn't this roll, Chocobo? This is one of my favorite Sonic 3 songs. You remember being disappointed in the Super Nintendo as Volume 1 game as a kid? I think that game is super interesting. It's not a good game, but both it and the DOS games, Volume 1 and Volume 2, which are not related, had the same very interesting and ambitious idea of any character can die and the story can continue. Like, oh, Frodo died when you were in Moria? Story carries on. Somebody else gonna have to be the ring bearer. You're gonna have to deal with it. No more Frodo. And I think that's insanely ambitious and cool. There are people who do that, Muteki. There are people who do monthly rewatches of the Lord of the Rings extended versions. And I'm just like, how? But yeah, the idea that anybody in Lord of the Rings could die and the story could just carry on, and then, like, you're reaching the end and you got like Boromir and Legolas and that's your party, or something insane like that. It's insane to believe that that could possibly have happened. Like, they didn't execute it completely. The DOS games ended after Volume 2. But the concept of it is so cool. It's the kind of thing I think is basically so ambitious that even a marketing executive would be like, no, we can't do that. That would be insane. But I would love to see somebody take a shot at it again. Instead, we end up getting stuff like Lord of the Rings Gollum. Which, here's the thing. Gollum is probably my favorite character in those books. I think that a video game about Gollum has tons of potential. What they did was not good. They did not have the sauce. And I don't think the film will either. The old Hobbit video game from like 2001 was good. Originally, I was on track to like co-host Masmi's streams of that for the GameCube Challenge, but since the GameCube Challenge has been like basically cancelled, I wonder if that'll happen. I've definitely heard that that game is good. I remember playing like an hour or two of it and thinking it was pretty okay. And yes, they're making a movie following Gollum, and I think it's a terrible idea. Surprisingly accurate to the books. Yeah, I'm not surprised that the Hobbit game is pretty accurate, considering it came out before the Hobbit film, like, you know, the Hollywood blockbuster Hobbit film. So, like, they weren't doing that out of anything but a labor of love, I don't think. Didn't they try that Gollum story with the video game and it bombed? Yeah, well, they handed that to the wrong person. Like, the wrong studio had that game in their hands, and they had a very cut and dry, black and white view of how the game should work, and they weren't ready to actually execute on their ideas in a way that would make it interesting. I think the idea of a Gollum game is great, and could definitely be done well. But it'll never happen because that one was so bad. What's my ideal Gollum game? I think I would also try setting it, like, in periods between. I think I would have, like... I would include earlier parts of Gollum's life, like, you know, how he ran in with the ring, how he got the ring, his encounter with Bilbo and all that. And then I would fill in the space between that and the Lord of the Rings films, like that game tried to do. And then I would go all the way to the end. Like, I would try to have it be a story of Gollum's life. You get what I mean? And I would have, like, some different story paths with some alternate versions of things that you could go through if you handled things a bit differently. Like, I think the idea of having Smeagol and Gollum arguing in his head and everything would be good. Was Gollum
5,000 gamer cents
before...
tipped $50.
Thank you very much for the 5,000 gamer cents. So I would say yes and no, because, like, he wasn't trying to bring the ring anywhere or anything, but he was an owner of the ring before Bilbo. Gollum gave the ring to Bilbo. In the original draft, it was basically willingly because Bilbo outsmarted him. Tolkien rewrote it slightly after Lord of the Rings to make it so that he, in fact, was tricked by Bilbo and didn't want to give it away, but, you know, Bilbo took it. And yeah, exactly, Tarkus. The mechanic is a good idea. The execution is bad. You would have to do writing around it and generally try to make story paths that actually matter out of it. And I don't think they were interested in doing that. You love how Tolkien handled the retcon of the story? Well, it almost was a much rougher thing. Did you know that his original intention was to rewrite the entire book in the tone of Lord of the Rings? To rewrite it in a darker and more drawn-out, more adult way? Timer still paused? Okay. Thanks for catching that early, although, you know, the time really doesn't matter by now. Was Sauron unable to find the ring while Gollum had it because of where he was hiding with it? Sauron took time to rebuild his power and everything, and he also thought the ring was lost. Like, there was no reason for him to believe that the ring was something he could find, that it was still in existence. And yeah, since The Hobbit, or There and Back Again, is a book written by Bilbo Baggins, like, that's used as a reason of why the first draft portrayed how he got the ring differently in universe, and I think that's pretty clever. But, how to put this? We should just be really glad that we didn't get his rewrite that he was planning on doing. Oh, hi Dot. How are you? Like, I'm glad he didn't rewrite Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, like Lord of the Rings. You can read the early draft that he was doing of that, though, in History of the Hobbit, and it's just not... The sauce is not there. The Hobbit is nice because it's so lighthearted and warm, for lack of a better way to put it. Yeah, I got caught up in talking about Lord of the Rings instead of Sonic. Which I don't mind. But let's be careful about talking about Return of the King, maybe. Also, like, as the Hobbit films go, the newer ones, the Hollywood blockbuster ones go, I feel like the first film is okay. But I don't like the second or third one. You didn't need to bring the spoiler card with you. Yeah, I've had a bunch of technical difficulties today, so, like, things ended up a little silly, and I started, like, paying less and less attention to the game, talking less about Sonic than I usually do. It turns out the reason for a lot of the technical issues I was having is probably a rogue process that, was using a ton of disk but didn't say it was. A 20-minute action scene? Man. In in the book, the Battle of Five Armies is really, really short. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, okay. We're okay. Whoops. Fell through. I watched all 3 Hobbit films. Legolas does the most unrealistic thing that ever happens in a Lord of the Rings book, despite the fact that it's full of, like, undead and stuff like that. In that movie. Also, Legolas is in that movie. What the hell? Like, I understand from the angle of Legolas would have been there. But also, no. Even if he would have been there, you don't put him in there because he wasn't in the book. And yeah, I think it would have been fine with 2 movies, basically. I think the first one is okay, but has some flaws. I think the animated one may be where it's at, you know what I mean? They needed more people to tell him no. Yeah. Like I say, I don't hate the Lord of the Rings films. I think they're gorgeous, if anything. But flawed. But, man, only the first Hobbit film even vaguely captures what I liked about The Hobbit. But yeah, I'm really overdue to actually reread the trilogy and not read The Hobbit for the 3rd time or something. You made a Twitch clip earlier and had the weirdest URL. The Acceptable Lady's Blood Trail? Good lord. Oh, when I say the first, I meant the first of the blockbuster ones, the Peter Jackson ones. But yes, the animated one did come well before that. I've said this before, but I feel like, it's unfortunate when modern portrayals of The Hobbit and everything always conform to Lord of the Rings. For example, back in the day, with the vague description from The Hobbit of Gollum, we had no frickin' clue what that guy was. We didn't know he was a hobbit or how he looked. He certainly didn't look like Andy Serkis. So you got all kinds of weird depictions of Gollum as this little dude, this little critter, or sometimes a huge hulking monstrosity even. And I think that ruled those days. I miss that. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, I'm just not interested in the Gollum film. Despite the fact that I care so much about Gollum. So what's everybody's favorite zone from all of Sonic 3? Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Oh, that's right, he's directing it, isn't he? And, like, it's written by Stephen Colbert or something? Weird. Like, Stephen Colbert is probably one of the best people to write a Lord of the Rings anything, but... Lonely Mountain Zone. So, am I trying to get the rings to Mordor? I have joked that if they had made a third storybook Sonic game, they would have just done Lord of the Rings or something, like an off-brand Lord of the Rings. But they would misunderstand it and have like they would have like a centaur character or something. Okay, I brought like 28,000 rings. Yours is probably in here, but you're gonna have to figure it out. Oh my god, I'm crying. You know what I find interesting about Launch Base is how the Sonic 3 Alone version has like a bunch of spikes on the sides of everything for some reason. Like, it's like they shoddily added spikes to the sides to make the game's level, like, to make it into the last level. You know what I mean? And it's funny to me. And it means that that version of the stage is much differently balanced than the one in Sonic 3 and Knuckles together. Dang. Tails, you can do better than that. Tails, I know you can kill this guy. Ah. Maybe I shouldn't get caught up in that. Yeah, I like the idea of the Sonic storybook games. I just wish that it hadn't relied so much on motion controls. I think the ideas behind those games rule. And I would love to see them revisit, like, the general idea of doing stuff like that. Did someone make that thing beatable in this? Yeah, 8 hits, I think. How many of them were there? Just the 2. Also, as somebody who's played Sonic and the Secret Rings, I would never play that game again with those controls, unless you paid me to do it. Tails, please stop! Sonic Other S. That's just Shadow, though. Shadow's the other S. You wish Metroid Other M didn't have motion controls? I didn't know that it was a motion control game. Oh. Secret Rings is barely improved by removing the motion controls. That tracks, but it would be less exhausting, and it would feel less like you're wrestling against them. Like, I think that even if the game were otherwise mediocre, you could enjoy it better by not having to constantly fight with, oh, Sonic is going this way, Sonic's going that way. In what other Sonic game do you get to explore a dead mall? So this is why they call it a dead mall. I love that little picture that was done of the skeleton dome with like a Sbarro's in a Hot Topic. I don't know how that first one is pronounced. Sparrows? I wouldn't know. Like, I will admit when I don't know something. Ow. Platonically, I like the idea of having to swing a remote around to swing a sword. In actual practice, I am tired of it in 10 minutes. Like, I had the Wii version of Twilight Princess. Yeah. VR remake of Twilight Princess? At least that would have, like, the reasoning of, oh, it's in VR, you know? I have never played Skyward Sword, but I can imagine how terrible that is. Also, them flipping the entire game to make Link right-handed. Like, that's the kind of thing that you talk about it sounds like a joke, right? It sounds like a joke that they would mirror the entire game to make Link right-handed. Just because they feel that more people are right-handed. They flipped the entire game, yes. The maps and everything. It sounds fake, but it's completely true. Here, boy. Here, boy. Oh. Messed that up. Yeah, it's surreal. It's surreal. Now see, it would have made sense to just do it to Link, but apparently they felt the entire world was left-handed. So they had to change it. I went to scratch my forehead and then I'm like, oh crap, spikes! That has happened so many times today. They immediately started attacking! I missed. Dang. There we go. I'm not really a big 3D Zelda person. I see the quality of the games and everything, but I was just never a huge fan. But having the Wii version of Twilight Princess is probably part of why I fell off from it really hard. Yeah, I like this stage. I like Sandopolis, but as a little girl, I felt the same as everyone else. Thank you, Dylan, for resubscribing for 9 months. How are you doing? It's a little ominous that my Capigen just threw up a bunch of no futures as you did that. I think my bot may be threatening you. That's concerning. But I hope you're doing well, that's the important thing, regardless. The thing about the ghost is, unlike the way that, you know, like arcade games and such, like you're mentioning, do that, you can actually counterattack the ghosts. You could basically parry them. If they come after you, you can jump, and, you know, your ball form will counter the ghost. They will not be able to hurt you. They will just get destroyed. Temporarily, for like a second, but... As a little girl, I never understood that. I didn't know there was any way to do it. So I was just like, oh no, they're coming! And I would die. I like when they make that kind of machine gun sound. Sonic character action game win? I feel like they were trying to do a bit of that with Frontiers, but that's the part I vibed with least out of Frontiers. If you want Sonic-style character action, I would recommend Spark 2 and 3 for that, I think. They are- what the heck? What?! What was that? Yeah, Spark the Electric Jester. There's a bunch of stuff that I like about Sonic Frontiers. It's a game that I would gladly replay for the most part, even if I'm not a big fan of, like, the open world itself. I think Shadow Generations does that part way better. But I don't like character action in a Sonic-style game, I don't think. Having to know my combos and having to be, like, you know, parrying and stuff like that shouldn't be in a traditional Sonic game, I don't think. Personally. But I think that Spark 2 and 3 do it pretty well for what they are trying to accomplish. I still am not as fond of, like, that kind of battle system. even in those games, but I think they do it pretty well. And like 2 and 3, I wouldn't say that 2 is a less developed version of 3. I would say it's different. Like, one of them is really, really oriented on, like, parrying, and the other is not. But in general, when any Sonic game tells me, oh, you gotta beat all these enemies or you're not gonna proceed, I'm just like, yeah, don't make me do this. And Sonic Heroes does it all the freaking time. Ooh. That's weird. Oh, there we go. It seemed like my jump height wasn't working correctly. I'm not sure. Here come the cat ghosts. They've always been ghosts. They aren't, you know. And here we are. Oops. Jumped a little early. Well, let's have some Sonic history. we gotta have some and not just stop it completely. Lava Reef is one of the zones that is in the Sonic 3 prototype. Almost complete, although you can't play it as is because some parts are missing. Like, I think the tiles for the stage are missing, but like the layout is entirely there. All of the Sonic and Knuckles zones are basically in different degrees of completion in that prototype. And I think most of them have something. Like, there's... I don't think any of the zones don't have anything at all except, like, Death Egg. But Lava Reef is the one that's like, oh, this is just complete here. Aside for Flying Battery, which of course was originally supposed to be part of the first half of the game. Was supposed to be between Carnival Night and Ice Cap. Yeah, Shinon. You really summed up why I'm not a big fan of Sonic Heroes. I also feel like a lot of the level design just isn't good. But that on top of making us do all that stuff, just woo. At the same time, it's one of those games where I have to acknowledge it being somewhat of a miracle that it came out. Yeah, this game basically got split in half for the sake of the McDonald's contest that everybody knows about. What the heck? Felt like the screen was locked when it shouldn't have been. Oh. Oh. Sonic Heroes was a case of the person who was making all of the levels got so sick that they weren't capable of working on it anymore. The director took it into his own hands and also got incredibly sick and almost killed himself in the process by pushing himself too hard. Really rough game. And that's why Heroes is how it is. So it's one of those games where I go, yeah, it's actually impressive that this came out, even though I don't like it. Sort of like how there's a lot of things wrong with Mega Man X6, but the fact that it came out is really impressive, because it was made in a very, very short time span, and is almost a complete video game. Oh yeah, X6 does have good music. Ow, fire. Fire is hot. I know that now because I touched it. This is a really funny damage boost. Wow. As a kid, I thought the bubble shield was dumb. Oh, it helps me breathe underwater, but all it does is a stupid little bounce. I came to realize it's quite good, just like the other shields, but like, I guess I thought it wasn't cool? Warp. Tails, what's going on with you? You're like layered behind the lava? I see him, but that's interesting. He's on the lookout. He's having a day. Yeah, he's had a day, alright. It must be warm back there, to put it nicely. I wonder if he'll pop out in front when the act clear happens. Nope. What the? He's still back there. What? Oh. Okay. I just shook my head so hard, my earphones started to fall off. I had to catch them. Hey, Data. Hey, Sonic Star. How are you all? Frog Forest looks great. Not so great to play. Meow meow. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow. I always consider this song beautiful. Sincerely. I feel super hyped when I hear Lava Reef 1. When I hear Lava Reef 2, I am just floating. I think the Sonic Mania version of it's real good too. especially if you slow it down a little. Dang, so much for that fire shield. You know, it has to be said at least once during Sonic 3 that not only did Michael Jackson do music for Sonic 3, and anybody who says otherwise is kidding themselves. Like, even Sirocco Jones said that, yeah, those tracks are in the game. Even though Brad Buxer disagreed, but Brad's statements were after the estate got more litigious after Michael's death. But his voice is in the game. It's not any of those goes or woos or come-ons. None of that. The breathing noise in the Sonic 3 credits song is Michael Jackson. And that same sound is used in Space Channel 5 Part 2 as part of Space Michael's theme, at higher quality with the full beatboxing session, basically. Well, you know, like the whole bars of it that were there, instead of just the small excerpt that's in Sonic 3. It's remarkable. And now, time to get hit by a giant boulder. Space Channel 5 marathon win? Oh lord. Those games are hard. I should stream them. You're not wrong, but... as much as people have said, oh, this part is the most boring part, or this part is the most boring part. Oops, I forgot the fire shield. That's not good. I actually find this boss fight to be the hardest. Not hardest. Most boring. Why did I say hardest? That's the opposite of true. It's a very easy fight. This is the most boring part of the entire run to me, every time, honestly. If you have a fire shield, it's basically a free win. A free win? A free win. The heck am I saying sometimes? Free win. And even if you don't, it's just precision jumping the same way every single time. And this is just me being really, really particular about it, but it kind of bothers me that it doesn't take an exact amount of his bombs to die. Like, there's always one left over if you don't get hit by any. See? Tails, put me down, please! Just like the conveyor belt boss in Sonic CD. Oh, that one at least feels like it involves a little more skill to avoid the attacks, I feel. Not a ton, but a little more. Someday I'll make this track not super loud. But today is not that day. I just always liked the idea of having a separate song for the Knuckles fight, so I made that mod. What the? Okay. That was weird. An invisible wall that Tails can still pass through for the cutscene trigger. Oh. Tails. Tails is strangely excited about Knuckles being bodied. Where does the term being bodied even come from? It'd be insane if it was from, like, Clue. There's no way, but... I wonder what its origin is. Hello, Roxy. How you doing?
Oh no!
To make Knuckles do the thing, you have to stand a little bit to the right of him, but not right next to him. And then you have to bow. Short for being body slammed? You know, I don't know. It's a fighting game term? That seems wrong? If it is, then I'm really surprised. This boss doesn't work even remotely like the Sonic 1 one is supposed to. And as far as I can tell, it's because they lost the original code for the boss. Because they were just overwriting that stuff as they needed it. The second boss, like, similarly inaccurate and does not reuse code. But it's not nearly as visible. It's like, oh, this just seems normal. But for some reason he flew all the way down. Sheesh. I love the little balloon Metal Sonics. Look at how round they are. I love that. You know? Nightclubs? Nightclubs? Huh? Whoa, okay. Well, thank you for looking at it, Greenie, but... Huh. Huh. Certainly led places I wouldn't have imagined. I had to be careful because that guy was gonna body me if I didn't. There he is. I've said this many times, but when I was younger, I somehow didn't catch on at all that this was just a Sonic 2 boss fight, but in a more badass way. Like, he's so different looking that I just thought it was entirely different somehow. This is the only Sonic game you finished? Huh. Play Sonic CD, that one's my favorite. Yeah, it does have a couple moves the original doesn't. And when you fight Super Mecha Sonic, that's when it gets particularly interesting because he has like a ring throwing ability and a ring spin ability. And both of these are using like unused supersonic abilities that were in the Sonic 3 prototype. Yeah, I want to go this way. Whoops. Whoops. There are multiple unused abilities in the Sonic 3 prototype that are very interesting. Would you believe that Sonic 3 originally had the drop dash? And that it was cut during development? Christian Whitehead has claimed he had no idea, and that it was a coincidental reinvention of it. I don't know if that's true or not. But it was in the Sonic 3 prototype, although you execute it in a slightly different way. I don't remember exactly how. Maybe someone else remembers. But Super Sonic would have been able to throw rings at opponents. And that got cut. Up plus jump? Could be. Could be. Basically anything aside from pressing a different button, because that would have been against Yuji Naka's policy of games being one button. I mentioned the McDonald's contest earlier. I didn't mention that one of my real-life friends was one of the winners of that contest. There were a lot of winners, so this does not harm his anonymity at all. And that meant getting the game a lot sooner than we otherwise would have because, well, unless you lived in a big city, you probably weren't getting games on their release dates. And even then, you might sometimes be lucky to get a game at all. The only copy of Lufia 2 that ever appeared in my city was at Blockbuster. It never appeared for purchase, and even though I had software, etc., order me a copy, like pre-order it and everything, I never got it. They never got a hold of it. There were a lot of weird things like that, but like, yeah, for Sonic 3, I got to play it earlier than anybody else around me would have, because my friend had it. Worth mentioning though that like, the McDonald's versions of the games were not like special in any way. They were the same exact ROM, strictly identical. Lufia 2 was a hard game to come by even when it was new. Yeah, exactly. There were places where you could get it and places where you really couldn't. I'm still a firm believer in physical being an option. and I think taking that option away is very unfortunate. But yeah, the old days had their drawbacks that people don't talk about as much. Uh-oh, my ring is... oh, it's right there. Never mind. Lufia 2 was all over in your town? Dang. Yeah, I feel like the game that was rare in your town probably varied. Like, for me it was Lufia 2, but there were tons of copies of Lufia 1, and a lot of people told me they never saw a physical copy of that game. It was also really easy to get Earthbound where I came from. It felt like some companies, distributors maybe, had uneven shipping policies maybe. I'm only speculating, but like, it doesn't feel coincidental that Lufia 1 was overly available in some places while Lufia 2 was missing, and the opposite for Lufia 2, you know? In other cities. Like, there would just be some games where there was a huge surplus in one place and you couldn't find it anywhere else. Well, not literally anywhere else, but you know. My thoughts are coming out in a way that don't represent my thoughts very well. HAL isn't useless per se, but HAL games were always 50 Hz. With some exceptions, some... particularly Genesis games often weren't actually adapted to PAL, so many of them work perfectly fine. But a lot of people cannot handle the 10 less frames. I will say, though, that I think PAL was probably the superior format for watching, like, TV shows and movies and stuff that were recorded at 24 Hz. You would notice less of stuttering and such when watching that kind of content. Along with slightly higher resolution. But since games were often not adapted well, and were often originally 60 FPS to begin with, HAL versions of them could often be unfortunate. There's really funny cases like Sonic 1. Sonic 1 PAL not only runs too slow because it's running at 50 frames per second, but it wasn't adapted for it, so it's just straight up slower. Even the music runs slow. Now, Sonic 2, you'd think would obviously fix this. You'd be wrong. They made it so the music doesn't run slow, but the game is still slow. And this continued. Every 2D Sonic from that era runs slow in PAL, with just the music playing the right speed. And that's part of why, in some places, Sonic got a reputation for not actually being fast. Isn't that kind of funny, but in like a sad way? Whoops! Lost my lightning shield. That's too bad. I would have loved to have kept it for the Death Egg Robot. Excuse me, the giant Death Egg Robot, as the Sonic 3 one is called. As they say, there's no accounting for taste. If something was someone's childhood, then all the power to them as long as that thing is not hurting someone. That's how I feel. There are things where people use that argument and the thing is actively harmful, but we'll not get into that right now. Or ever. The music sounded better sometimes. I can understand. Like, there is actually Sonic music that I will listen to at a slower speed sometimes if possible. Like earlier I was finishing Lava Reef Act 2. The Mania version of it sounds heavenly at a lower speed. Yeah. There's also some funny cases if you were somebody who used like if you were playing like Amiga or Commodore 64 or something, there's a fair chance that there were games that would run too fast if you were in NTSC. Nutshack? NTSC should be short for Nutshack. Oh, what up, okay? I got a score extend. I got a score extend from that. I will completely confess that I have never actually seen a PAL CRT in action. So, I admit, you're right. I cannot imagine. And the way my eyes are, even 60 hertz CRTs, I could always see the flickering a lot more visibly than it seemed like a lot of other people claimed to. I feel like your PVM can technically be PAL? Right, I guess some of those would be multi-mode. Okay, we are going to do Doomsday, as we always do. I know everybody always wants it, and you know. Or ADI always looked weird to you, but a lot of people say the interlacing was invisible. Yeah. I will note in fairness that different displays handled de-interlacing in different ways, if at all. Some of them simply did not. Others, you know. For example, if you were using a more high-end display, like the kind you would use for a computer, there's a very high chance that you would see the interlace. But aside from that, like, I think different displays also blended things differently, the ones that weren't specifically for ADI native. It is noticeable. Talking out of my ass only a little because I know what you're talking about from my own experience. The main place that interlacing really drives me nuts, though, is trying to emulate a PS2 game. Since they were all software interlaced, and so emulation can't remove it from a lot of them. Even though that's part of what made the PS2 able to render a lot of things as well as it could. But yeah, most Super Nintendo games were reasonably PAL adapted and actually had frame rates changed and everything. I think Nintendo probably had policies around that. But Sega basically didn't care. There are far fewer PAL adapted Genesis games, and most of them are only partially adapted, like the music being the right speed. It's really weird. I think that some later systems simply handled it at the system level, but I don't really know. You're about to make a mod that fixes the awful emerald glow in the end? I never minded it, but I'm interested in seeing what you're doing. Hey, Objective Binary, you're here at the end. Did you know about the little bug to get up to where Knuckles is at the end of Angel Island? Yeah, I'm aware of that. I've never done it on a stream because there's no reason, but... You know, I've been meaning to do a prototype showcase, like Sonic stream, where I show off prototypes that people who aren't specifically interested in that stuff may not have seen before, and just, you know, stuff that I've played a bunch of times. And show the various changes and quirks and stuff. Maybe I should show some different glitches too. Either way, that's probably not soon because it would need some prep time. And for August, I'm going to be busy with my tournament. The invitations will be going out to people pretty soon. I got a couple more days to cram the preparation I need before the next month starts, I think. The hardest part was the ROM hack that we did of the game. The thing about the game I'm doing a tournament of is every round the music would restart from the beginning. And this drove me nuts, especially since it has like 3-minute long songs. So you'd never get to hear all of them. Period. And we managed a ROM hack that resumes them at the beginning of a new round instead of starting over. It's a little jarring sometimes, but it's still good in terms of being able to hear more of the songs. There was a lot of other stuff too, but... Anyway, you can expect to be hearing more about all of that soon. And probably seeing people who join actually play the game on their streams, I bet, because that usually happens with stuff. So you'll know what it is soon. A lot of people already know because I haven't been too quiet about it. Yeah, everyone remembers when Amy was there, right? Everyone remembers. For some reason, it's not letting me press anything. Oh, there we go. Oh, Salamander 2 music. Well, everyone, I guess that was the stream for today. I don't want to think too hard about my raids, so let's just go raid into Big Think Dimension. Like, they can't really say or do much when somebody raids, but I know they still appreciate it. And, you know, that podcast, I've listened to it a lot. It's good. I hope everybody has a lovely night. I appreciate you all. I do not think there will be another stream this month. I mean, there's only one more day. Because I need tomorrow to continue my tournament prep. Good night!